Hey y'all, I am putting on my apron and all. I'm here. I got to make labeling boxes and things for move and lost track of time, to be honest. And we're running out of boxes, so I'll find me some more. Hubby's supposed to be on top of it. Oh, let's see. Turn the light on the subject. So how's everybody doing? What's going on? What is everybody up to? You know, tomorrow is a holiday here in the States and a lot of other places. I just put a note up on the chat. I was hanging out with Marley Bird. She does this. If you're not familiar with her, she's a knitter, or well, actually she crochets too, but she's a designer, and she's the national spokesperson, or she was, sorry, for Red Heart. And I wasn't the only one there. It was a thing that she does every year. She does like a countdown. And sorry, I'm like trying to get organized here. But we got into some deep conversations, and it was good. It was a great way to take a break from labeling boxes and things today. Because right now I'm going through stuff that is probably going to be stored. It's not stuff that we need right away. And so I don't know how long I'm going to go today, because I do want to do some things with hubby for the holiday. I'm not going live tomorrow. I'm reusing the paints that I had from yesterday, which I know this looks like a hot mess of colors, of paints, but I'm really liking how this little palette is storing things. I have a big one, a big parallel palette, and it's wonderful. You can't buy them anymore, the parallel palette, and it's great. You leave your paints on there and put a cover on it. You know, it's kind of like the like a Stay Wet palette, but it's aimed more for oil painters and people that, yeah, it has more options on it. So, did you notice how I put everything? Well, those two could have switched, but I'm trying. I'm going to wind up turning Mona to the side. Ooh, that looks really blue. What I put on yesterday is tacky. but it's not, I would consider it almost dry to the touch. And that was with me using walnut oil, which extends the dry time. Because I didn't put the paint on very thick. I kept it pretty thin. Ooh, that's got some lumpy lumps in it. The paints that I'm using are primarily 1980 Gamblin. If this is your first time here, see, look how that's kind of, it looks a little, I think I'm going to get out some better of this. Sit that up there. But I don't think these need this added to it. See, this is like the cover for it, for this palette. Well, technically I think it goes the other, this is considered the cover. But, and then it just snaps shut. And then there's another layer, there's another palette you can put on top of that. And then there's like water or liquid containers that have some versatility in them too. And I could use this for a palette if I wanted to. Anywho's it. What are you all up to? What's going on? I've been thinking about Mona and what to do with her when I'm done with it, because this is on canvas. It's not on paper. And I think Mona is going to have to be adjusted a little bit, personalized, in that, I don't know, she needs a cell phone or something in her hand. Okay, here's some raw sienna. That might do me a little better than what I've got there. Let me put it up here. Because this is more reddish than what I wanted. Let me show you the reference image. See, it's the original has more, it's got more of an age look to naturally. I mean, it's like what? Almost 500, or yeah, 500 years old. So, I'm looking for my, I think it's over here. Yeah, here we go. I have some older tubes of paint that I'm trying to use up. So, this is just some burnt umber. This is a little, it's got some lumps in it. And I usually keep a paper towel handy where I can just wipe it off. But I think Mona deserves some fresh paint. We're on a first name basis now, me and Mona. Mona. Got plenty of paper towels. I feel really good coming off of Marley Bird. If you're a fiber person and you're not familiar with her, what are you even doing? She's awesome. I mean, she's just awesome. There's my mirror. I'll just set it right over here. I use it to help check. I also use the monitor, the image that you see on the screen. And please remember that there are some differences between, we're going from a 400-year-old image or painting that's an image of it to my iPad and my laptop. There's like several steps in there where the colors can vary a little bit. Coffee. Got it in my Christmas mug. Can't see it because I'd spill it. But yeah. And I know her face needs some work. This table, bless it, is not totally level. These pieces of wood are, so that's what that is right there. But I turn this so I can work on her face a little better. Hubby texted me. I asked him to do a pickup for me, and he said he's not moving very well today. So fortunately, the place is open late. I have a friend who has been saving boxes for me. Bless her. I am just mixing a very basic Caucasian fleshy tone. As you can see, I believe that's alizarin crimson. That's how long it's been since I've untubed that paint. It might be quinacridone rose, but I would bet it is alizarin. Then there's just a smidge of blue, and it helps kind of gray it down, so it's not so intense. So what is everybody doing? We don't have to talk about just art today. It is Christmas Eve. We're not doing a lot of celebrating in this house this year. We are keeping it pretty low key. I'm going to take the reference image off because, well, for one thing, it's discombobulating with it turned, I would think, as a viewer. I am rotating my image on my iPad. The big news around here, I'm in Kansas, and the big news, I'm not a big sports person. I'll watch it, you know, and my husband's more into it than I am. And I don't mean that in a sexist way or anything. He just is. He's more into it. I can see a lot of things I want to change on Mona. Let me see. Yeah, it's a little tacky, or I would just oil out the whole thing. I may do it like small sections. And if you've never done that, you just take, this is my walnut oil. And I'm only wearing a glove on one hand anymore because it changes the lighting every time more drastically, if I do. This is just walnut oil. See, it's just clear. But you just take a little bit and just put it on the surface. This is kind of a small brush, but some of these areas I think are still, if I put the walnut oil over the top of it, it's going to smear it. But see how it brings out the, woo, see, yeah, see it's smearing right there. It brings out the color a little. Maybe I should zoom in on this for this part. Let me do that. I'll go ahead and just zoom in. Let's see. Places. Just zoom in on that baby. You can see it a little better. Let's see what I'm doing. Did that transfer? Yes, it did. And then I can zoom back out when I'm done doing this. But this gives me a surface of as if I were working wet and wet. See, that white is, yeah, that's okay. We'll make her work, won't we? Because I can wipe off that, and there's still the residue of the oil on there. I'm definitely going to need to do her eyes. I think that's probably enough to get started. Usually I would stop. I would be fine with where this is, but I just want to keep going. I want to define it a little more. I know I always say it's a copy, or it's not a copy, it's a study. But I'd like to hang this one in my studio space. Just cause. And like I said, I might very well go in and personalize her. There's a bridge back here, and I might change it to look like an area bridge and things like that. But right now, I'm just focused in on getting her face a little better. Yesterday, it was an ongoing joke, well, since Monday, that she looked a little more like George Washington than she did Mona. And I'm still seeing George. I'm just scooting this up. Scooch, scooch. Oh, let me take these off in case I need it. I was using this one yesterday. A little bit. And the red. This Cad Red medium. These are just little sample pots I got from the company. That's the company, in case you are curious. And I want to, yeah, see, that's my raw sienna. I think that's what I need a little more of. I might very well just completely stop talking sometimes because I'm focusing on painting. So don't take it personally. And I hope you're not. See, it's not sinking in with the oil beneath it. Come on, baby. I'm trying to work fat over lean, which is one reason I'm putting this oil on here too. Because this makes it fattier. It's kind of like starting out with a tuna sandwich without mayo and ending up with a what would you say, potato salad? Oh, I started to talk about sports a little bit. I'm in Kansas, and the Chiefs are moving to Kansas, and that's like a big deal around here right now. A lot of people, I guess, didn't even know that they were in Missouri. They're in Missouri currently. They just assumed that it was But Kansas City goes like across the state lines. And one side's in Kansas and the other side is in Missouri. So they're officially coming to Kansas. If anybody is a Chiefs fan, and I know I'm simplifying this face a lot, but is there a glare? Not too bad. Let's see this. I'm gonna be doing a lot of, not really glazing, but well, semi-glazing, we'll put it that way, where you just put like a thin layer over it to change the colors, because I want it to have the aged look that she has. And in order to do that, I have to lighten it up in certain spots and just kind of yellow it. As you might have big plans for the holiday, we're not doing much. Hubby works tomorrow. I have reading on my agenda for tomorrow. That's going to be my holiday activity. And yes, we do have children, but I think we're just going to stay home this year and keep it nice and quiet, because we've got a lot of stuff going on with the possible move. And my husband works with a gentleman that he has small children at home, and ours are grown and have children of their own. But because his associate, I guess I should say, has children at home, my husband didn't really push to have the day off. Because, yeah. Well, you know what it's like when you have kids, when you have small kids, or younger kids. Making those memories is important. So, I'm going to be reading tomorrow, probably doing some packing. I called a friend that owns a bookstore here to see if she had any boxes saved up for me, and she's spending her day reading between patrons, between customers. And I thought that was a great idea. I still have that Margaret Atwood book. I'm just barely touching the canvas with my brush, just barely getting it on there. But I had that Margaret Atwood, her new one, and I have not opened it yet. Still. So I'm gonna try really hard to just make tomorrow a reading day, primarily. I did go through and packed up some of my knitting things I used to be a really big knitter. And I haven't for a while. So I've got all these really nice books and things that I don't want to get rid of. But at the same time, they are taking up space. I put it on my personal Facebook that I was thinking about getting rid of some. And this is another mirror. And somebody mentioned that some of the ones that I'd shown were actually valuable. And so I didn't want to make that decision right now. So I'm just packing them up and putting a note to myself on the boxes that they're to be stored for now. Just for now, not forever. I need to make a decision on them at some point. Because, well, sometimes you just gotta. I know I have way too much paint out here for what I'm just dabbing on there, but that's okay. We'll make it work. This is going to be a very monotonous process right now to watch where I'm at. So, if you have any questions or anything, feel free to ask away. Put in the comments. There is going to be a replay, but I know yesterday's was like 5 hours long, and that's a lot of a replay to sit through, in my opinion. I'm having like a glare on here now from that oil. I'm wishing I hadn't done it. And so anyway, that's what our holiday plans are. I'm not going anywhere. It's a little pinky slushy. I don't know if you can see that. Pinky, I got it. I really like these, and I've mentioned them in the past 2 days. This is the third day I've worked on Mona. But I'm using my 1980s gambling for the most part. I wish I had had that yellow sienna out earlier, because it gives a nice see this right here is more gradual than what I've got. It's a very soft edge, and I've got it way too hard. I think I'm going to have to put a little more pigment on Poncho is wanting attention, I'm sure. So if I need to be better at taking breaks, is what I was getting ready to get at. And I'm going to use Poncho as my excuse, because bless him, he follows me from room to room. Where is he right now? Yeah, he's right behind me. And he hasn't gotten as much attention here the last couple of days as he probably should, because I've been working on this. Anybody make any plans for the new year? Or I need to do that too. I need to actually write them out, what I want to do. Some of them I'm not really clear on, but that's what writing them down is for. In my opinion. This is the last master study that I'm doing this year. I have an entire playlist of ones I've done this year on Mondays. Well, in fact, I think they began at the, well, I know they do. They began at the end of last year. And then this year I was much more regular about it. It's just so good to do master studies in general, I believe. It's just, it stretches your muscles a little bit. Your painting muscles, or drawing, whatever it is that you are doing. And forces you to look at things a little different than you might have if you had just stayed in your lane. My own work is much more expressive than this. It has a lot bigger brush strokes, and so I almost left it very painterly, but as we can see, that kind of went out the window. Having a hard time with the glare. Should have, ideally I would have, for doing this type, I would have let it dry completely, and then I'd sand it very lightly and get all the little bumps and things off, and then I would put the other layer on top of that. But we don't have the luxury of that. I'm looking at it in the mirror often because yesterday I did not, and I had it upside down painting on it, and it was bad. So I had to do some major repairs on her. I'm trying to keep this paint with plenty of walnut oil in it because of the fat over lean principle. Needs to be a little darker, doesn't it? Maybe a little blue. Oh, what do you think I should like put in her hands if I were to do that? Or if I were to change things up? And I know this sounds weird, but I'm thinking of putting her in the bathroom so that when you set, you have to look at her. And that's one reason I wondered about having some fun and making her more 2025, like maybe a cell phone. And you know what? I think I'm going to scoot this over. There we go. Because you can kind of still see the colors. You know what colors I'm using. Let me see here a second. I'm just making sure I have everything on here, and I would have sworn that I did, and I don't. So I'm going to fix this real quick. It won't take me but a second. This is real life. Leonardo da Vinci, Mona Lisa. Mona Lisa. Mona Lisa. Da Vinci. I'm putting on tags is what I'm doing. I know they're not that important anymore, but I've just gotten in the habit of it. There's going to be a lot of changes in the channel after the first of the year. This will probably, I'm 90% sure this is going to be the last painting live. Whoops. Of the year, because we've got like what, a week left. And I know everybody has had, almost everybody has had a rough year this year. It's been a bit of a dumpster fire. But I'm told that there are a lot of signs saying that this year is supposed to be this way. It's supposed to be it's like an ending so that you can have a fresh beginning, if that makes sense. And I like that. I like that idea. I know we've had a lot of changes in our household. I'm going to turn this light on. If it reflects too much, I'll turn it back off. Oh, that's not too bad on her face. I think I've got her too yellow, though. She looks like she's got suntan lotion, like she used suntanner on her bottom of her face. Doesn't she? And she looks like she's been spray tanned. But that is that yellowish tone that I was shooting for, to be like the original. So and I'm hoping everybody has a great holiday season. Whatever it is you do or do not celebrate. We don't even have a Christmas tree up this year, which is, we have these things that the kids made when they were little. They were like wooden blocks, and each one has a letter on it, and it says Noel. And we used to drive my oldest daughter crazy by putting them in a different order and having it spell Leon. We haven't even got them out this year. It feels like we'll no more get them out, then we'll have to probably pack them away for moving, if, God willing, that works out. Yeah, I still, if not, I'll have everything in the house will be decluttered and organized very, very well. It never hurts. There's not much going on around here. Other than that, there's mail today, isn't there? I haven't even checked the mail. I know this moves really slow at this point, so it's like watching a glacier melt, or paint dry. It's like watching paint dry. But this is reality. To do something like this, it didn't happen in a flash. We're not doing AI? What doing? If we were to move, we have started discussing, because we have a list of things already that need to be worked on at the other place if we get it. I have to keep reminding myself that. But I caught my husband last night watching Chip and Joanne Gaines, and I know exactly why he's doing that. He's anxious to get in there too. Most of the physical labor, like painting and things like that, of the walls, is going to be done by me. And because my husband has mobility issues, and frankly, I just want the exercise. I have a dog who's neurotic, and I can't go for walks very well. So I want to do the physical stuff. It's like a fresh start to me. I'm excited. Mona Lisa, if you were not here yesterday, and I imagine you weren't, or you might have missed it. And if so, if you did not, and this is a repeat, please forgive me. I find it really interesting because I didn't know these things. She's actually one of 3 that are very well known. This is the one that is at the Louvre. This image, that's where it came from. It has been considered for a long time to be the one by Da Vinci. She was not famous until somebody decided to kidnap her in 1911. And then all of a sudden, everybody wanted to know who Mona was. And of course, there's been the long debate about her smile. You got a little bit of a snout there. Get that off there. One thing about noses, they're very vascular, along with ears. So they often have a little more red, kind of red in fact, in their in the area, because the veins and whatnot are closer to the surface, just like on ears. Her lips look a little, yep, I got her lip a little, we'll fix that. Another thing, They believe she is the wife of a textile merchant, a very wealthy. She never owned the painting though. They never it went to, oh lordy, what have I done? I just got a good look at her. She's off. She looks a little off. She I think the longer I mess with this, the more I do things that I wish I hadn't done. And then I backtrack. It's like a seesaw. The term Mona in Italian, or the word Mona, is not considered appropriate. It is a slang term for a part of women's anatomy. The way that we spell it, M-O-N-A. In Italian, they spell it with 2 N's. So it's not offensive. And yeah, we were learning all kinds of things about it yesterday. See, her eye in here looks, I need to work on that. I never did look up anything about Leonardo's private life. I'm just realizing that this little white area in between her eyes is like there's a little mole right here. What was I saying? But she, when she was stolen, it was like 2 years later. This guy, I guess he put it in his closet, if I remember correctly. And then he approached this gallery owner, and it of course sent up red flags. It's like, because this was 1911, and you can imagine just the age on the canvas. It's like, what is this guy doing with this thing? So he got turned over to the authorities. He did do time, but it doesn't seem like it was very much. It was months that he was given. It wasn't. But I don't know much about the case. So, yeah, maybe there was something else going on. I'm trying to enlarge the facial features as much as I can. Hey, yellow. Oh, that would be cool to do an abstract, I think. I think it's totally possible. See, there's a little more in there. I think I've got it just a little too big. I think you could have a lot of fun. I mean, artists have over the years. I mean, with Mona Lisa, it's kind of like American Gothic. You know, the farmer and his daughter with the pitchfork. People always. I think it could be fun to abstract it. And I don't know if you've seen them or not, but there's a TikTok, and I'm sure it's AI. Well, it has to be AI. But they've taken famous paintings and then they've done them in other artists' styles. So, like, there would be a Mona Lisa in the style of, Pollock or Picasso or Helen Frankenthaler. But I love looking at those. And I know it's AI, and I since have. I keep dipping my arm in that green. I'm going to move that green so I don't wind up with the green arm. Let me zoom out just a little bit. That's. There we go. That's a little better. So what are you up to today? Take that green off. Other than this, I'm having kind of a laid back. And some of this that you see down here is reflection. If you put something like this right here is reflecting. It's not that light. I'm going to back up. See, there you go. Just so you're aware. Trying to get that little, you know, on your lip, how you have that little piece that comes down. I think that would be really fun. And I considered doing that because I really like Sargent, and I asked Chat to make me. Oh, that's cool. And I know AI is very controversial, but I will admit I've played with it. Not with the aspect of considering that it is truly an art form, because to me AI art obviously is not. or I would not be sitting here with a itty bitty brush. Well, it's not that itty bitty, but it's itty, but not bitty. But anyway, I've used Chat GTP to help me plan things, or if I have a question that just regular Google would give me 5,000 replies, and it's nothing that's that serious to where I need verified references. This is where I could say I don't go to Oklahoma State, if you've been following that. She didn't use AI, but she didn't cite her sources. If you know, you know. Okay. I'm having trouble with this. I just need to keep working at it. Trust the process, right? But I'll use it for say I want to find out the next step in something that I'm doing, or who has the best price on XYZ, and then I'll verify it, of course, before because sometimes it's out of date too. It's not. It's not. Yeah. It's not something that you want to do your critical thinking skills for you. Yeah, it's but it misses the human touch to me. And I know people talk about the farms. I have opinions about that too, the AI centers. Yeah. I have lots of opinions. Doesn't mean that they're, yeah. One argument is that they create jobs, but I don't think they realize they're also taking jobs away. And they're terrible for the environment. I have a lot of people that are writers that are having to deal with some of their competition being AI written books, and because they can just be spit out. Let's see, what do we need, Mona? I know what you need. I am old enough to where I can remember just even computers themselves in general were frowned upon. To use. I had a professor that he was a art history professor. He was very much a Luddite in that, I'm going to turn this upside down, in that he called computers just glorified typewriters. He thought that's all they were ever going to be. Of course, we know how narrow that was. Okay, now there's less glare on here. I think I can work on this better this way. Come on, Mona, baby. I'm just barely touching it. I don't know why I'm so being this anal about it. Yeah, there you go, typewriters with a brain. But he was very, like, anti using the internet, and he felt he had definite opinions about his students using computers in general. Sorry. That clicking. My clock. So if you're going to do an abstract of her, what medium are you going to use? I'm just pausing here, looking around my room. I have a lot of canvases I need to pack up, blank canvases. I'm not wearing my smartwatch, so I am going to take, it reminds me when I need to take a break and drink water and all those things I procrastinate on when I'm working on something. So I'm going to try to take a break at 1:30 my time. Which is about 20 minutes away. Notice I said try. Because we all know I have a tendency to just keep going. I think a trip to our local bookstore to get boxes anyway is on my agenda today. Right now it's titanium white, yellow ochre. I believe this is alizarin crimson. This is a that Gamblin, I think it's called, yeah, Venetian red here. This is ultramarine blue, and this, oh, I'm sorry. And then there's some burnt umber. And then these two are cad yellow and cad red. And then there's some green over here, some viridian. I don't always use the same. But a close to variety. Usually I'll do my underpainting in burnt umber and maybe some white, and then I'll let it dry and then I'll paint on top of it. Sort of like doing the drawing on your, before you put the color on. But this time I dove in a little bit more. I hope I'm not messing up your face. It's so easy to do when it's small and recognizable. To get it off the slightest bit, and it can it's not like a tree or a piece of fruit. She looks kind of like, okay. You know what she looks like upside down right now to me? She reminds me of Snoop Dogg. Sorry, but she does. Snoop Dogg. Are there any, I know last night there was the Kennedy Center program. It really wasn't a holiday thing. Is there anything on, you know, like Thanksgiving we can do the Macy's Day Thanksgiving Day Parade. Is there anything on this evening that is Christmas? My husband was even watching like the old Rudolph. What was it? Not the Abominable Snowman, but the other Frosty, the old Frosty. He watches more TV than I do, which I'm not knocking him. He enjoys it. Go for it. And a lot of times I'll sit there and be piddling away on my phone or something while he's so. But I don't know what's on TV as far as Christmassy stuff. I haven't watched. You were looking for parades too? Yeah, see, I wish there was something or something. Maybe it's kind of like local ones, you know, they're already over and done with. And that's why we can't find them. But, God, what was I saying? I don't remember what I was saying. Sorry. I seriously do have ADD. He watches a lot of Hallmark Channel just to have something, nothing for this week. Darn it. He watches a lot of, like I said, the Hallmark Channel. Just to, a lot of times it's just noise in the background. But, I mean, he watches enough of them, he could write his own at this point. You know how they all had the same plot line. You don't have cable? Do you have Prime or anything like that? I haven't even watched Stranger Things, the new season. I would have to get Netflix, and I just don't know that there's anything else on there I want to watch that bad right now. I know I do feel like I'm kind of missing out, but I'm so behind on so many things. I have videos I haven't edited. I have a lot of things. I need to clean out my car. Everybody, oh, I love that. I love everybody reads. Yeah. They had a special thing was it in Kansas City, where they had like props from the show and stuff you could go see. And you could it was pretty cool. We used to watch Andy Griffith. Yeah, that was our thing growing up. Reruns of Andy Griffith. That's kind of our family legacy, I guess. Not to be a downer, but I have a sister who died unexpectedly, and she was in the hospital, and one of the things that she requested was her TV to be changed to Andy Griffith, because it had to be playing somewhere. I mean, she had just been in this horrific car accident, and she's asking me how my grandkids are, and wanting her TV changed. It's like, dude, I don't think that's a priority right now. To the rest of us, anyway. Yeah, I mean, we could almost quote. Well, we could, we could. Yeah, it's one of the. I think it's a neurodivergent thing too. Watch the same show over and over, or I've heard it said that it is. I think she's looking okay. This side of her forehead is too light compared to the other. It is a highlighted area, but it's a little too highlighted. I know what I'd like to watch. All in the Family. I'd love to watch All in the Family. repeat. Maybe I'll do that. Of course, I don't even know where it's. I did look it up the other day, and it seems like it was like on some off-brand streaming service. Like TV network or, yeah. There's a show on, it's called The Network, with Mandy Patinkin. That I'm really curious about. It's called The Artist, and it's these people that all come together that are all famous minds. It's purely fiction. And do that out. And I think there's like a murder mystery in it or something. Something happens, and I know I left her forehead. I'll get back to it. But I really like Mandy Patinkin and his wife. If you're not familiar with him, he played on Princess Bride. He's the one that said, "You killed my father. Prepare to die." Over and over again. And he was a much younger man. I'm really trying to get this reasonably close to Mr. Leonardo's, so I'm not embarrassed. To have it where a lot of people can see it. Here I am on the internet painting, and I'm worried about that. I know. Oh, my back. Oh, my back. What time is it? Oh, 1:28. I think that was Mother Nature giving me the signal to get up. Your nose in here is what I'm running into is because this bottom layer is still kind of tacky. It's starting to lift up, so I've got to put the paint on really fat. Doesn't come through. See, it's like it's pinched in here. We don't want it pinched. We're heading in the right direction. I really don't like to paint things more than once. To me, it takes the joy out of it, the discovery. I think it'd be fun to do this much freer. I am going to go and go to the restroom. And freshen up my coffee. Now on the rest of this, like the background, I'm not going to sit here and do this. To me, her face is what is the most important. Yeah, like that. Yeah, you get what I'm saying. So once I get her face reasonably done, which it's getting there. It'll move fairly quickly. I really wish this was wet and wet. There's just the blending is very difficult when it's already you're dealing with flesh. And this color right here is that ultramarine blue and burnt umber mixed together for a really dark. Okay, I'm getting up. I can hear somebody saying, I thought you said you were going to take a break. I will. I am. I have this fear that somebody's going to come up while I'm gone and look at it and be like, what the hell is she doing? So I'm trying to get it to a decent stopping point. Okay, I'm gonna go do like I said. I won't be gone very long. That's me taking off my glove. I will come back and see what we have. Do you want a treat, Poncho? Do you want a treat? Come on, let's go. Let's go. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Come on, let's go. Let's go get your treat. Come on. boy. Yes, you are. You're such a good dog. He's such a good dog. I got my coffee. Let me check stuff here real quick. I was texting my husband about boxes. You want coffee too? Because I want to make sure that I have enough to, I'm here, to do some packing over the next couple of days of things. Yeah. Water. Bless you. Just saying. Bless you. What are you doing, puppy? Where are the sneezing? I'm going to zoom out a little bit more again. Well, I guess I don't have her chest done. Let's get her chest better. And I didn't take care of this on her forehead very well. We haven't gotten to the packing where we're packing like daily necessities or things that we use regularly. It's still stuff that we could live without. So it makes me question why we have it. So some of the boxes I'm putting store for now, and some of them I'm putting just store. Because I think we need to do some major decluttering beyond what I'm doing while I'm gathering things. And I think hubby would agree. And as I said before, it's going to be mostly me doing the packing and stuff. But I'm okay with that. he has mobility issues, and he's going to be the one that's going to take care of arranging all the larger items, like the stove and the bed and the refrigerator, and all those things that are. Well, you heard me what I said about she used to have them, some think, and I think she lost them in preservation attempts. She used to have eyebrows and eyelashes. And they just, essentially, they got rubbed off. I don't know if that's just a theory or if it's backed by science. But I had it in my notes. Even that little hubby was asking about the bookstore. Because he's surprised they're open today till 6. But she assured me she is making good use of her time. Oh, I was going to pull up my notes on Leonardo. See if there was anything else that I had. See, one thing I didn't bring up today, if you weren't here yesterday, was the size. The original was 21 inches, well, 30 inches by 21 inches, which this is, I believe, 12. So say out to here. Oh, you can't see. It would be, yeah, you get the idea. The width of this canvas is 12 inches. So it's not real big as far as Renaissance paintings go. Let me look at this again. It really helps to for me to look at this in a mirror. I will say her skin kind of looks blotchy. If I had more time, and I may do it after the first of the year, of just letting this dry completely and putting a very heavy, or much more substantial amount of paint on it, so it gave a deeper. The colors that they think that Da Vinci used was lead white, which just from knowing it was made from lead, we know that isn't something that we often use today. It is available. Vermilion for subtle reddish undertones in the lips and cheeks. Maybe that's what I used. Okay, where's my vermilion? I know I had some vermilion. I'm gonna go get me a tube of vermilion just so I can feel Leonardo-ish. It's just right over here. Let's see, CAD, vermilion. That was easy. I have a very used tube of vermilion. Let's put just a little smidgen on there. It's a nice warm red. He also used red ochre. Now the vermilion is made by Cinnabar, and if you have true vermilion, it is toxic, I believe. I'm looking at my labels here. I do have a video I need to edit that talks about your labels and how to read them for pigment numbers and whatnot. But again, I have not edited it. Anyway, I have some vermilion here. This is hue. That's why it's not coming up there. If it has hue on it, it's a man-made material that's not as toxic. Let's see. Red ochre, which to me would be kind of like this. It would be this right here. That Venetian. It would be somewhere in that neighborhood. Umber, he had both raw and burnt. A yellow ochre, of course, which, yeah. Green earth is, and I've got Viridian over there. A carbon black or a bone black for the deep shadows, outlines, and tonal adjustments. I am going to start putting some black out because, yeah. Ultramarine. Occasionally he'll use some ultramarine, but I'm pretty sure that's what he had back here on some of this. So, should I put it? There you go. I say go for it. Whatever makes you happy. If a butterfly on her head works. He did his underpainting was in like green earth and umber. And then he used warm ochres and reds on top of it. Why does it do that? Quit that. It's scrolling on me. Why is it doing that? I think I have it in editing mode. He used very muted and earthy colors with subtle gradations, rather than bright saturated spots, which we can see, and that means I need to tone that down right there. He did very soft transitions. There's no like cut off lines. like this line right here that I've got on her chest, I need to make that less sharp. I need to make that to where it doesn't just go directly from one thing to the other. I need to kind of layer that a little. Yeah. Come on, baby. He mixed the umber plus black for the highlights with thin glazes of ochre or white. Interesting. Interesting. There's a, I believe it's called Prado. The Prado Mona Lisa. He used a lot of sfumato technique, which is, there it is, meaning it's kind of smoky looking. It's like very blended. It's not, he blended shadows around her eyes and mouth for that mysterious smile. He built the face from cool undertones of green earth and umber and then added warm skin tones on top, which was subtle but brilliant. Even with a limited muted palette, he created lifelike depth and emotion, a lesson in tone over bright color. And this has been studied for centuries. X-rays show that he adjusted her pose and expression, and at one time she had a crown or a hairpiece with jewels in it, I believe. Trying to get this. I'm going to soften those too. Now remember, he couldn't just go to the store either and buy these pre-made. He had an apprentice that ground those pigments for him and made his paints for him. So there was no, oh, I think I want a little more red today, and just boom, it was there. It was a process. Yeah, that's what it says. It says it was a green earth plus umber, which makes sense because earth colors dry very fast, so he would be able to work over it quicker. Muted greens, browns, and blues, soft gradations to keep focus on her face. So like this is to got that too. Did you get that? The coloring too intense, in my opinion. I need to mute it down. But it is very you can't see. I'm mixing up some of that bluish green, that tealish looking color, and then I'm graying it out a little bit so that it's less intense. Well, that's not totally out there. We'll leave it there. Yeah, I've seen some amazing ones of people that people have done with like using an orange underneath. What you paint underneath it can have amazing effects on the final result. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the background, remember. I'm telling myself that because we know me. There's that smoky. He used an aerial perspective too that was not something generally used. In this background. Usually they would be more realistic and not kind of like that. Yeah, there's some portraits that I would love to do with like an orangey. I have a granddaughter who has red hair, and yeah, I think I play it safe with my colors, and I think doing something like that would be really good for me. I mean, I play it safe with my colors. You can see it here. Granted, it's a study of Da Vinci, but still. I am going to get some black out. There's a difference between Ivory Black and Mars Black. It looks like I've got Ivory Black here, so I'm just going to make it work. He used Bone Black, which was made from bones that were charred, and then ground in with the linseed oil, or whatever oil. I believe he used linseed. I'm twisting it so I can. Oh, there we go. And I'm going to put the black all the way up here so I don't get it everywhere. Gave her some eyebrows. Should give her 70s eyebrows or 2025 eyebrows. I'm seeing that I didn't. This needs. And I want to use a little bit of that vermilion just here and there to kind of where's my okay, got this side of the face. It needs a little of her mouth. Do it very softly. And this is where I'm told they use just a little bit of that vermilion. I'm trying to get it more as like a wash than too much. How's that? Really helps to look in the mirror for me. I'm gonna try. Yeah, I should do an American Gothic where it's have some fun with it too. I know this one's pretty generic, but one where it's, I don't know. If there's some noise, my husband may be coming in. Let's make sure I didn't get that too. Her cheek over here looks too flat. Let's give it some roundness here. Give it a little form. bit of that. Red. The hair is plastered to her head. Yeah, it is. She has no... I wonder if it's due to just the weight of the veil's awful lightweight. I wonder what their hygiene things were then too. Did they wash their hair as often as we do? I know, random. And her hair here is much more red. And this needs lightened up some. Oops. Trying to get my mirror out of there. I don't know, man. I don't know. A little bit of a... Like I said, I might go over this at a later date. The heavier layer. Need to get that slight highlight that catches below her lid. Whoops. To fix that. Can't forget her little mole thingy there either. I'm going to turn this around so I can do her hands, and I have to reach across. I'm a little concerned about my viewpoint making me see something that I'm missing. You see right there? there is, let me just, that dark edge, it's coming through the paint. That's why I'm saying I probably ought to go over this at a later date with thicker paint. And really get a smooth texture to her skin, because you can kind of see that through there. That's why it, in places, her skin looks kind of blotchy. This right here needs to be that's closer. Okay. Oh, and her hair needed to be more red there. I need more. So I'm gonna use a little bit of that Venetian red. Just barely go in there. I was saying I have a granddaughter who has very red hair. That would be great to do for a really bright colors in the portrait. I have another, where is it? Let me take a picture of this while it's, the great thing about taking pictures is you can sit there and flip them around and get different viewpoints. But then I can take it and do a mirror image, and I can see if I've gotten it. It'll really show me if I've gotten things out of whack. To me, I've gotten like this. This right here should be the same color as this over here, or pretty close to it. I've got it darker. Okay, I need to quit fiddling with that, because I'm gonna run out of time. I mean, nobody's saying I have to stop when I'm saying I need to stop. Tomorrow's Christmas, and I don't want to stream on Christmas. Okay, let me check this out over here. I want these to be, the sides to be fairly equal. As far as value and color. I'm not going to worry about getting it exactly like Da Vinci's, because it's just not a priority to me personally at this point. She is more of the priority. There's a softness to it. Yeah, she kind of looks like she's got too much mousse in her hair or something. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and turn it around. Sienna, yeah, I am every once in a while. That's what that is up there. This right here is raw sienna. Okay, are we ready to be frightened? Okay, I'm gonna zoom out some. See, my camera's a little crooked. Yeah, and this, I've got a blue spot right here. I'm not sure. I think the lighting was starting to get bad, and I was doing the burnt umber and ultramarine, and it wound up that way. So let's get that covered up. See some of this, like see, this is not a reflection. This is that's where the paint has dried and has no, it's sunken, the colors have sunken. So that would be a good spot to just go over with that. You can see it a little bit better. I can see it a little bit better. Like I said, earth colors will dry faster, so as we know. Let's see how that comes out. When you do that, let's see. And I don't want so much of this oil that it pools or anything. I just want it to give a shine to the surface so we can see what we're dealing with. And then I get reflection. And, oh, sorry, Pancho. Gosh, you scared me. You okay? He was right behind me. You okay, baby? You okay? Oh, let me see. Let me see. He's okay. I think it's this light. Yep. So I need to, what do I need to do? Over here. Same thing. I probably won't be able to do that over the hands. because of the white in it. Because white takes longer to dry. Let's see. This right here should be black. And this should be more brownish. I don't see how I'm going to be able to do a time lapse on this because I have moved this thing in every direction possible. I had some gray on my brush and I got it on there. But it still doesn't. I'm going to flash it up there because I'm a little embarrassed. I shouldn't be, but I am. I'm going to leave it up there because I need it for myself. It's a study, right? It's a study. It's a study, not a copy. I am starting to lose some of my really good light. I love this Venetian red. It's not as close as I would like, but I'm not going to sweat it. I mean, I'm going to turn that light back on because I can't. I'm having trouble seeing. Oops. Seeing her little. This goes, oops, and this goes up a little more. This needs darker value here. And over here. And this needs to be black. Black. And really, if you didn't have it next to each other, it would not be, your mind would not see it that different. I don't know how much of this is smoky. And how much is, because a lot of these were, wish I had a I did know that. I wonder how that was received. I mean, that's how he did his anatomical drawings and things in his notebooks. And I wonder how, like, the church at the time. If he had other people doing it for him, I assume. And then he would pay them for what they brought him, or if it was, yeah, I wonder how much he was involved in it. I always have questions after doing these. Like his parents. Who were his parents and why? And I know there's some dispute about if he actually did all the things that he is credited for. You know, did he? Because that's a lot for one person to accomplish in one lifetime. I'm adding a little of that Venetian red to her hair right there. A darker Venetian. See, I have her chin. Her chin is right through here. And again, I know that's because that's what I see when I look in the mirror. It should be. Yeah, you can't even have, like in classrooms, they can't sell human skeletons for, like, yeah. This right here looks too straight on mine. Maybe it's just that. Something's off over there. Whoops. I know I have a skull that is, I'm going to turn this upside down again, that is molded from an actual human skull. And I'm going to see if I can fix this. Because like I said, it looks too straight in here to me. There should be a curve. No, I think that helped, but I'm not gonna drive myself crazy over it today. I know her nose is bugging me. See that there's a shadow on that side. And I've gotten that one area too dark so the shadow doesn't show up. It's very subtle. Edge there. I know this isn't very exciting, but you know what? It's just kind of the way things are. See, it's lifting up off. Yeah, part of me wants to, I don't know, to sit down and come up with ideas of strange things we could have. Oh, scared me. It's just my husband coming home. What time is it? Poncho, 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 Poncho. I may have to mute it while he's coming in. But I'm here. I'm working. You know, I didn't even realize I was sitting here talking to myself. I completely forgot. I'm going to work a little bit in this area without that light on because it's distracting, and I need to oil out this area without getting on the lighter, because I know if I start putting the oil, it'll make a liar out of me. I started to say if I started putting the oil on the light parts of the skin, it's going to come off because it's probably still wet. Made a liar out of me. I do this very carefully. Yeah, see that? Well, that's where I just put that brown. See, once this dries, I can, put a layer over it of whatever varnish I choose. This, it'll have an even, a much more even look to it. It won't have these areas that are dull. And again, I don't want it to where it's pooling on there. I just want it to, just enough to give it a little bit of a surface tension break. Okay, I'm gonna use some. Let's see, this is. I don't think that's supposed to be there. Nope. There's a lot of areas that I should go over with just black. A true black. See, that'll get that covered. What's that over there? We are doing okay. And I'm just doing taking that black and just doing like a glaze over that arm, the arm of the chair you can see there. Some of that raw sienna. A little bit of the white. I'd like to have a nice, heavy layer on there. It's much more substantial. But it's going to have to wait. I'm using for the highlights on her hand, I'm using that raw sienna and a little bit of white mixed in. I don't want sharp edges. I want soft. And I know that's off there. Came across a place in Pittsburgh, Kansas that looked really interesting as far as art. It's a little gallery that it has like classes for kids and adults. And a variety of different ones. Not just fine art, but also things like stained glass and let's see, if it were mine, I'd also have some fiber arts in there. But it's not mine. But I really like the whole concept of the place. For one thing, school programs are always being cut. It seemed very affordable. take that off of there too, so I can give myself a little more freedom. Puppy hair on my brush. And this is one of those areas where I could spend all day. Ooh, we're coming up right on 3 hours too. I honestly didn't think I would be spending that long on it. But I got distracted by the conversations online this morning, which were very good. As I was saying earlier, Marley Bird, if you get a chance to go to one of her lives, she's just, I know this is too light and I'm going to fix it, but I'm marking it out right now. She is just one of those people. It's a joy to listen to. And if you ever want to learn how to knit or crochet, she is your gal. And seriously, she grew up here in Kansas, and her father, well, his mother lives in a nearby town. And I had the pleasure of getting to know her a little bit. Her and her cousin. You know how it is when you're art people and you have people come up and they'll say, oh, my son, my neighbor, my grandchild, my whoever. draws, paints, whatever it is. And you're like, yeah, that's nice, that's nice. Thinking that they just dabble, or that was kind of what I did to them. And then I saw her stuff. I was just like, holy crap. No, we're not kidding. She's not a, yeah, she takes her craft very seriously. She's very good at it. And yeah, she's cool. This is day number 3 on this. And, well, actually, technically it's day 4, because I started it before. Before I started filming. But see, this all looks flat over here. My problem is too that there's a reflection on the original, and it impedes what I'm seeing in some of these areas. It's like a fog in the varnish or something. I don't know if it's necessarily like a regular reflection. Okay. I'm seeing something on the face part. I caught because of the reference photo, or the photo I took while it was, and then flipped it. Is it exactly like the Mona Lisa? No. Am I okay with that? I don't know. Because just don't want there to be any dispute over what someone is looking at. I don't want there to be, oh, that would look just like the Mona Lisa if only it had XYZ. Using a little bit of that vermilion on her fingertips. Or on her fingers. To kind of warm them up. Oh, that was a little heavy-handed. No pun intended. I want to be able to say, in 2025, I painted a pretty decent Mona Lisa. Not a okay Mona Lisa. Let me take another reference photo because that really helps when I flip it. I'm looking at her. You know what? I think I figured out what it is on the face. I've got her nose over a little too far. Let me get this. Oh, I've got her. Her nose should be going more at an angle, and I've got it just kind of straight down. And that. Using a little bit of that vermilion. To warm up her hand. Well, I want to. I'm kind of a, I don't know. Hubby would say it, I'm hard on myself, but I'm gonna turn her around and see if I can fix that nose. You're gonna get a nose job. Yeah. Okay. Let's see when I'm looking at it. Her nose. Let me get a little bit of this on there. Remember, I can always take it off. Side of her nose is more here. It's this, the bridge. The bridge is what's messing me up. I've got it. Now see, I've still got this. It's like her nose is, yeah. I need to fix that. I'm losing my daylight too, so I really want to get this situated a little. Well, and I could have used a sorry, my mind goes blank when I could have used a projector and gotten it, no pun intended again, right on the nose. And I don't like doing that. I have one, but I do not use it unless there is absolutely no other option. Because don't want to rely on it. I want to be able to do this on my own. Adding a little. Oh, that raw sienna. Is it looking better? Or did I just mess it up more? Did I accomplish what I was going for? Or did I make her look more like George? George? Are you there, George? And I usually do not paint this tight. Oops. My low battery mode just came on. Let's see. I think that might be a little better. I do need to round this a little bit. The inside of her eye is bugging me. I may come back on this at a later date. Like I said, and make some modifications. I don't know. Let's see what that gives us. Come on. Do you still look like George? Maybe a little. Maybe I need to but this reminds me a lot of what I did with my daughter when she was little. Not that she looks like the Mona Lisa. Just these little bitty strokes. Okay, let's see what we got. What do we got, Miss Mona? Okay. Yeah, she needs a little more shadow. Soften that edge. Some raw sienna. Oops. I run the risk of getting her color off too far. If I do not work in good light. That's not great light. I'm losing my light for today. That's just a sign I need to shift my thinking to finishing it up. Not making any major changes. Let's try and get this. And again, it's the bridge of her nose. That is fighting me. I don't think it's too bad. Could it be better? Yeah. Would it take time to do it better? Yeah. Do I have the time today? Fortunately, no. See, her cheeks are smooth like a butter. And I don't have that because I have that layer underneath I'm fighting with. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that my values have the lightest values are what are closest to the viewer. So like this side of her chest needs to be lighter than the other side. It looks like it goes up to about there. This right here doesn't belong there. Come on. This is why people work in small sections once they get to a certain point. And not try to do the whole thing in one swoop. Just see that pick up there. Has anybody watched The Artist on the network? See, that's way too bright. Oh, I think my husband's getting ready to come in. He texted me to see if I wanted to go with him down to the end. Yeah, Poncho, we know you're tough. You're so tough. Yes, you're tough. I'm gonna mute so you don't have to listen to him bark. He has stopped barking temporarily. I am going to work on this just a little bit longer. Oh, there he comes. And try and get this closer. I know I'm probably ignoring something that really needs my attention, but I just took one of her head. My husband's carrying in the boxes, so if you hear him, I'm gonna go ahead and mute. That way he doesn't have to worry about it. Okay, did catch where her neck was too wide. Let's see what that does. I think I need to just kind of model that a little more. Soften this edge. And like I said, I know it's not screaming Leonardo. But I think it's getting to a time to where I'm just going to have to accept my current limitations. And let this be a learning experience. This here. Hubby is home. These are too red, so I will dull those down. They need a little yellow ochre mixed in there. Kind of yellow with that. great thing about doing this is I completely forgot there for a long time. It was Christmas Eve. See the band around her head too. Oh, who knows? Sorry. Sorry, Mona. I left her with very sharp edges. I'm looking at it on the camera. I think I'm getting anal about it. I do need to do something about her hair there. Let me send this to hubby. I see something on there too. On this. Oh, now the sun's coming out too. So how's your Mona coming? Oh, I was going to fix her around her hair up here, the background. Because there's a definite edge on there. Lisa. Do, do, do. Come on, Noah, don't do me wrong. Oops, that's too tight or too light. Oops, now I can see the line up here. Okay. Just going to take a very, very thin line of yellow ochre. Honey, did you get the boxes from Sarah? Okay. Well, I can always run up there. Now I'm seeing her little nose goes all the way down to here. It does not. Stop it there. See what that does. Sorry. A little too white here at the end of her nose. looks like she's been doing something she probably shouldn't be doing legally. It's still got that look to it. And this side is too dark now. What time is it? No, what am I going to do with you? That was my smartwatch telling me to get up and move around. I know I could sit here and piddle with this all day long. I do know I don't have her nose right. The end of her nose. That's closer. That is closer. Let me see what it looks like with. I have a couple of messages. Yeah, see, I don't have it. I don't think I have that interior shadow here dark enough. I'm gonna let my smartwatch again. I don't know, to me, at this point, this should be second nature to me. It shouldn't be this much of a struggle. I mean, it's the lilies. Know what I'm saying? I am seeing something. Let's see if I can get this. Come on, baby. Cooperate. Okay. I think I have done all the damage I can do today. This is driving me crazy. Mona, what's the issue here? What's going on? Talk to me. Am I expecting too much out of you? Just really, yeah, I don't feel like I should be struggling this much with it. It should be second nature at this point. I think if I keep going, I am going to just nitpick it to death. I don't think I have a clear vision of what I need to do. And I am still seeing George. I know if I showed it to some people, they would be saying, "It's fine. It's fine just the way it is." Drive me crazy. Come on, Mona. What do you think? What is it? What am I missing? Are the eyes too close? Are the... What am I missing? Because I'm not feeling it. I'm running out of battery. Let's see. Here, let's turn her over. Yeah, I think maybe I have just been staring at her for too long. Maybe that's my issue. I would be able to see what the issue was if I stepped away. I can't tell them it's upside down. Yeah, there's something. Like I said, I think I just need a visual break. And maybe I can come back at a later time. And have a better view. See what is it though? What is it about the nose? The nose not big enough, maybe? this in here has much more contrast. Like I said, at this point, I should not be struggling like this. It should be much easier. It should be much easier. Whoops, the drawer just, it's not pointy enough. Let's see if I can see this. I'm losing my light really fast too. So maybe, oops. Okay, I think I'm getting somewhere. But see, I shouldn't have to ask you guys. It should be something that I can see. I'm gonna have to stop so I can, because yeah, I'm losing light really bad. If I don't, I'm gonna miss it all. It's just not falling into place. The battery on my phone's about to go dead too. So I don't have it to fall back on for checking things. just going to have to accept it, I think. I'm going to have to stop because I'm failing daylight. You know what? I just need to quit messing with it. I think I just need to. Whoops. There goes my. Now her nose is too big. See, I need to just go ahead. Yeah, I think her nose was too long there a bit ago. And I got that remedied. That's not really helping a whole lot, that light. I am Is it still not pointy enough? I just need to quit. I just need to let it go for now. And decide a later date. I think it's pretty darn close. Yeah, I think it needs like under here. That might be too much. Maybe. It's close. I need to run an errand. And I'm going to get out of my pajamas. Because yes, I'm still in my pajamas. And take care of that. Problem too is I'm afraid I might spend money on that. Sorry, I'm thinking aloud. Okay, I'm putting it down. Let me turn that off. It is better. And I saw that there was much yellow up here. But I am going to, I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it. Oops. Just rolled it. Oh, my brush. I'm not going to leave it. I'm not going to leave it. Honey? Oh, must not be in there. I was going to have him tell me to leave it alone. Walk away. But I can't. He must be in the bathroom. I literally could spend the rest of the day working on this. I'm trying to get these areas. Ooh, that was awful white. Get these areas remedied. But this poor light. I'm probably spinning my wheels. So I need to put the brush down and walk away. This comes down like that, not like that. Come on, why aren't you going? look like Mona? Or does it look like Mona's cousin? Georgette. It's a study. It's a study. Quit stressing over it. Yes, that was me talking to myself. Oh, don't you dare say that. I don't think so. I don't think it is. Is your nose too big? No. See, here, look. Let me show you. There's that. Maybe shading on the side that I took off. This light's going to get terrible now because I'm trying to oops. Ouch. That side of the, my right side of the nose, I don't have enough. Shading. See, I took some of it off. This is the only way I can get like really good light on here to work with. I know it's not very conducive to filming. Because I think you were right. I think you were right about that. I didn't have enough shading on the, and it made it look larger. Better. Maybe. See, it's not dark enough here, like what she's got on this. And this comes out. And on her forehead, there's more. See, it's terrible lighting for cooperate with me. Hey, Edie, how are you doing? What's going on? I'm fighting Mona Lisa today. She's not cooperating. What are you working on today? Anything fun? We're fighting over, not literally, but her nose. I'm trying to get her nose, and this, you'll have to excuse this light. I'm losing daylight. That light is the only way I'm able to keep going. Trying to glaze over things, and Edie, what's wrong with it? Tell me, Edie. I've been staring at it too long. I need to, I'm just gonna fix these black areas where I put blue. Ooh, that's bright. Whoops. Just saw something on the arm too. Right there. Gotten some blue in with the yellow. Honey, are you busy? I don't think you can hear me. It looks like somebody took a hacksaw to her fingers. I'm gonna have to, he's ignoring me because he knows I want him to come here to look. Honey, if you're that uncomfortable, you're fine. So you don't think her nose is too big or anything? I mean, not that the original is going to be sitting next to it. My problem is this is my last day of painting on it for 2025. So it's like now or never. You know what I mean? Did I drop a paper? Yep, I sure did. Ouch. I want to fix some of these areas that yeah, I couldn't see it. Oh man, Edie. Oh. Traitor. If you noticed how my husband hasn't come here yet. Because he knows. He knows. This so it's not so flat. I'm gonna turn this one on. And turn this one on. I'm gonna have to, I have to stop. Because I say that. Darn it. Darn it. Too definite line. Okay, I need to walk away from it for today. I'm really putting my brushes down. Come on, don't reflect on there like that to me. Who's boss? Okay. What I'm seeing is that this right here needs to come up and go back there where it connects with that. And then this over here needs some darker to get that shape of the chin right there. And this, rather than being a straight line, needs to be blended in. With that needs to come out there. And that needs to come out there. That. Made that look like she has a mustache. Now she kind of looks like someone else. I know that's way too white. That is my smartwatch again. Reminding me I need to take a drink of water. Now I know her chin is too white. I don't usually have this fight with myself on what I'm doing. Not to this extent. Okay. My smartwatch is telling me to get up and move around. I think it looks just fine. I think it looks like I painted it. And I wanted it to have more of a yellow look to it because of the vintage or the original. Being not pure colors anymore. And I think the way the paint is reacting is kind of force me to wait until it dries. Before I get too much layering or anything. Does it look really? It looks fine. I need to let it go for now. Anyway. She has kind of a ruddy complexion on mine, and the only way I can fix that really is let it dry and go over it with a healthy coat of paint. So that's what I'm going to do. If I do it. Let me get this paint cleaned up. I need a little red, a little orangey. Same up there. Yeah, a little orangey. Take that off. Take that off. Wrong one. There we go. Let's see what we've got. Oh shoot, it's already after 5 too. Ay. I'm gonna turn this off temporarily. Just temporary. Oh, come on, don't be like that. My phone just went dead. It's okay. I still have an errand to run. I think it looks pretty good myself. It's not perfect, but it's not supposed to be. It's art. Ah! That dropped my paint. And if I want to go back over it, I got, hopefully, God willing, I've got time to do that. Oh, come on. Whoops. Let's see here. Smooth an edge out. Okay, if I decide to go over it again, I'll post it on the on my lid. Oh, there it is. Oops. I'll post it on the community page. Oops. I just got my glove in there. There we go. If not... And just a reminder about color, and how it transmutes from devices. So it may look too blue or too yellow on one screen. Or too warm. And fine together. Oops. I love this palette. And I can take a picture with my iPad. Ooh, I should have done that before I cleaned up my palette. Oh well. We won't tell anybody. It'll be our secret. Whoops. Okay, so I've got 3 brushes. 2 brushes? 3. Got 3 brushes to clean. You two. There's such a glare on there. Oh well. I am going to call it a night, and I will see you all later. And thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Y'all have a good evening, good Christmas, all that good stuff. Okay. Alright, I'll let y'all go. Alright, bye y'all. I started to wave at my computer. Bye y'all.